Hello, people. Good morning. All right, let's continue where we left off yesterday. So I just cleaned up our changes a tiny bit. We now have this lock comp exchange intrinsic that works. Seems to work on all platforms. At least the build server didn't scream at me. I have something in my eye, which is also a great start. Might have to take a break right at the beginning. No, it's fine. We'll see. We'll see how it continues. I need to change my OBS layout somehow, but not now. All right. So next step would be to look at the other, like Patrick suggested a few fallbacks and replacements. I'm just gonna go through his mail. Yeah, just commenting out WASM is not an option. All of this we already did better. He has some changes to the default allocator. Why though? What's the problem with the default allocator? Does it contain WASM? Yes. For the sys calls. Oh, we also have lock exchange. Do we want to have intrinsics for all of that? Probably not. Yikes. That would be annoying. Yeah, maybe we should add the capability to get the Z flag or Z flag or whatever you say from our comp exchange intrinsic. So that we don't have to do what I'm gonna do right now. Let's do that anyways. Let's do the first part anyways. Okay. Okay, but there's still plenty of WASM calls after that, so the general problem doesn't go away. Okay. Yeah, I know, like we can do it with LVM. I know. If you look at where do we have this? That's not the one we looked at yesterday, this one. We have those, but those are not intrinsics, nanometer. These are operations, like, so to to have that in our language, like to have access to those operations, we need to have something. Hey, Patrick, good morning. We need to have something in the that goes from Jai to that operation. We have support for intrinsics, but that's not the same. Like we have support for LLVM intrinsics, like this, but it's not an LLVM intrinsic. It is a separate operation in the bytecode. So we would have to do the same, not bytecode, in the intermediate representation. So we would have to do something like this, where we have a special operation that maps to that instruction, LVM instruction, when we use LVM, and that has an implementation in our backend when we don't use LVM. So this would proliferate this kind of thing if we want to have atomic store, atomic load, etc. If we want to have all of these as instructions. I don't know. I still have something in my eye. Well, let's enjoy that coffee. Yeah, I fixed this one as well yesterday. Hey, cute math. If you're looking at the default allocator, I would recommend to fall back to the old. Yeah. Yeah, the question is, do we build that in? How's the default allocator pulled in? I don't even know. Rip grab default allocator. Who does that? It's runtime support. Which has runtime support default allocator proc. And then that's probably in preload. Okay, so that's why you have then the default allocator in context. Of course, we could. Do we now have to shim preload and runtime support? I'm not even sure. Like, if we have to shim preload for different environments anyways, or if we have to shim runtime support anyways, then I'm not sure if I would also modify the default allocator, but maybe we do. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Yeah, but we could say why not? Let's do. So I saw your mail, Patrick. I have it open on my second screen, and I saw that you recommended that. I'm just thinking about if there's a nicer, something nicer we could do. Because if we do what you suggested, let me actually, because from your mail, all the formatting is all messed up. So I'm going to do the following. I'm just going to rescue it directly from version control. Is that the old one? Where are heap alloc, heap realloc? Where are they coming from? We have load default allocator. Okay, so John combined it first, which is good. Oh no, this one is the old one. This one throws everything away. Yeah, so we're just gonna say this one, we have okay, that's the old one. And now we can just say if CPU is x64, boom. And that's still messed up for some reason. Are you kidding me? Yeah, okay, that's the right one. The other one was from your mail. Okay. But then again, that doesn't help you with WASM. So the question is, do we add WASM as a CPU target or something and then provide an allocator here so that you don't have to shim it when you're on WASM? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I can open Discord. What else is there? Use SIMD in basic print and string module. Yes. That makes sense. That's totally reasonable. What else is suggested? That's it, I think. Oh no. The compiler successfully compiles on ARM and executable successfully runs on Android and iOS. Does not require a custom link command. Yeah, so compare and swap and pause. Like pause, I just removed the pause, which means we're more busy looping on ARM, but like that's not completely toxic. It's not great, but it's for something that you normally only hit once. So like it's slightly less efficient during startup. I'm talking about this part. Like here we have now a pause on x64, and on non-x64 we go through the loop right again, which means we're slightly more busy looping on compare and swap. But since this has an early out, like you normally would not, like you hit this a couple of times during startup, so whatever. LVM pause, I assume it's not an intrinsic, but we can check. Yeah, it's not in the language reference. If you give me the actual intrinsic, I can put it in. These are super, like finding all of the LVM intrinsics isn't that easy because they're badly documented, but I don't see it. Yeah, but I don't see anything that, like, pause doesn't exist here. Sleep doesn't exist here. Nop. Nope, no suspend. So I don't know. If you show it to me, we can add it. Otherwise, like this doesn't. It's not great, but it's not a huge problem. Like normally you wouldn't have multiple threads from the start of initially. Like it's all very no halt is not great. Like this is not a performance critical problem. Unless you start 1,000 threads before you do your first write to any file descriptor, it's not a problem. I think. I might be wrong, but it would surprise me. So I think this is fine. I would like to test this. You say I can now compile for iOS. Like, what would be the hello world of trying this on iOS? First of all, let me show that the old default allocator still works. Yeah, that's what I thought. Allocator prob is not a member of default allocator. This is now allocator proc. We have the is this yours, I guess is missing, and caps also. I'm surprised that this is formatted that way. That's normally not how John formats his cases. Did someone else write this? I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can implement those. Let me check. Okay. I don't think there's a way to ask cmalloc if something was allocated using cmalloc, right? At least I'm not aware of one. So I will just say, so what is old memory? What's caps version string? Okay. Hey Kyuko, yeah, we just started. I'm just adding the rest of the suggestions from Patrick, and then we'll start trying the actual WASM. I'd like to try the iOS version on ARM first because it's probably less of a pain, except for the tooling setup. But like we don't have to shim any bindings, etc. So if Patrick has some suggestion of how to do a minimal iOS hello world, we can try that as well. Caps version string. This is general heap allocator, multiple threads, yes. Create heap free, actually resize, and is this yours? We don't have. Unless someone tells me how to do that. Okay. Because I don't know how to do it for calloc. Yeah, that's a mess. We don't need any of that. Allocator after fork, okay. We already have a tag for that. We're just not using it here. Okay. So maybe we have an allocator test that will fail, but I just want to see if the rest works. So Patrick sends me stuff on Discord. Let's start. Yeah, the one you sent me isn't enough. So I'm like, this is the newer version. Let me just see. Okay, so compiling to the Nemate library, and then we could do a Hello World iOS project and try that. Why not? Not sure if I have the current certificates, but yeah, memory debugger, that will work differently now. Cross-compiling complaints. We'll have a look. And this comment needs to go here. Let's see what barfed. This allocator does not support multiple heaps. Yes, so we have to change create heap because we don't support that. So let's rerun that test just to see if that's fine or if this one needs our allocator. Plug auto run. That's good. That worked. And then cross compile failed. Oh. That might be just a general racy race. Yep. One run directive with. I'm trying to advance the building bytecode. Let me look at that example. It's been a while. Interesting. So that seems to have changed because we switched the default allocator. Might have affected the timing. Oh, and I forgot my tea. Luckily, it's, I think, a third steeping, so it shouldn't be bad. Yeah, that looks like warm water. I could have saved myself that attempt. We'll give it a try, but I think we just make fresh tea. Okay. This one is interesting. So by replacing the default allocator, it seems like we changed the timing of the cross-compiling test, which exposed the race condition. So I'm going to do the following so I don't forget. Blop. We take that and we scribble on it. Okay. And that's now my desktop and it's going to remind me. I'm not going to look into that right now because that would derail us massively. So we're just going to say if CPU is x64. But the thing is, we could use the better allocator if we just got rid of the few WASMs in there. Like if we had if we had what? Okay, mapping support. So we would need something to do syscalls. Yeah, that's probably not worth the effort. Anyways, let's commit that. Maybe we'll leave that ASM. Whatever. Okay, let's give the iOS thing a try. What's the easiest way to make this a simple plugin? Let's take this one. This is just shut down. No, that's not the right one. What else do we have that might be better suited? I'm lazy. Linux build. What does this one do? Huh. Let's pick this one as an example. iOS library. We don't need anything, I think, so we can just use new plugin. We need before intercept. Yes, so here we're gonna paste Patrick's code. Let's not modify this one. We set the CPU target to ARM, target system triple, output type dynamic library. The rest I'm not gonna touch. I think we just drop this. We don't need to add source for now. Maybe we need to change the import paths, etc. I'm not gonna touch this for now. And we're gonna drop all of this for now. Also, okay. Which means we only need compiler, to be honest. Okay, let's try that. Change the static lib to mimic require a custom link command. Okay. Whatever you say. And now, if this is supposed to be a library, we're not thinking about main, etc., right? Shouldn't we then nuke the entry point or something? Oh, the entry point is not added to the static library. Okay, so let's have examples. iOS library.jai. Hello from iOS is a function that takes number int and it's a C call, and we say program export, and we say ctx is context push context ctx. We say log hello from iOS. The number was blah. Huh? That should be enough. Let's try to compile that. Jai examples first. Let's make sure we're up to date. Yeah, thought so. Jai examples iOS library, plug iOS library. Unclear identify new. Okay, so we need basic. Damn it. That one escaped me. Log, yeah. So here we import basic as well, which is already a bold move for Hello World. Okay, that's compiled. Oh, one more thing. This one has to say options backend is LVM. So even if we do this, still works. Okay, and now let's do an iOS project. I haven't done anything iOS related in ages, so bear with me for a second. Let's do new workspace. This causes a mess if I remember correctly, so. New project. No, go away. Did you just open? Do I say add? How do I add a new target? Like this one opened a new, maybe I should not have said workspace first. Let's do an iOS app. Yeah. Project name, Jai iOS test, team. Let's stay at none. Blah. That's too awful. Too awful. I have more experience with this one. Objective C, because I have more experience with this one. Because I'm from the olden days. Yeah, whatever. See. Very, like, this is very super indirect. So it creates a new window with all your settings, and then you say, oh, by the way, add it to that other window. Awesome. Perfect usability. So we need to build settings, build phases, link with libraries. We want Jai examples. iOS library.a, I guess. Then we need a header. So we're just gonna forward declare that thing by saying void hello from Jai. Do I have to say extern C? I'm not sure what the semantics are in. We'll try it like this. Hello from Jai, which takes int32t number. And then maybe we'll do this not here, but in our view controller. And then view.load, we say hello from Jai 42. I think that worked. Maybe I think I need to rename that. If I remember correctly, I need to rename that to have the superset, but we'll just try this. Yeah. Undefined symbol hello from Jai. So we couldn't find it. Let's see. nm examples iOS library .a. Hello from iOS. Did I? Oh, I said hello from Jai, right? Should remember my names. You know what? Let's call it hello from Jai. It's actually a better name. Let's try it again. Build succeeded. Let's run it on 14 is the highest. Oh, yeah, I'm on an old Xcode. Let's use 14 Pro. Seriously? That did not used to be the case. They make you wait. Nah. This used to launch instantly. Like back in the days, I'm talking like first iOS SDK and then 10 years after that or 8 years after that. It ran instantly. Instantly. Hello from Jai, number was 42. Bam. Nice. We have iOS interop. Awesome. So, shall we bundle that with the compiler? The nice thing is, we could even do nowadays, we could even do this stuff from Jai. Like this is something I'm working on. I've only tried it on the desktop, but I see no reason why we couldn't do the whole app delegate everything, like do all of these shenanigans in Jai, and then maybe bundle it with the compiler. Anyways, we have proof that we can compile for ARM. Awesome. Thank you, Patrick, for giving me the steps. We might ship this with the compiler eventually. But we ship the capabilities, so that's already a good start. Okay, next step, WASM. So let me just get rid of this one. So we have also Patrick's WASM plugin. I think I've downloaded this into tests. Try WASM. Let's see if he changed anything. He did. Oh, come on. You did my change or something similar? Oh, no, you just... new lines, I guess, or something. Let's stay in main and just do this one. Okay. To have proper iOS support, we need to add OS target iOS. Yes, to some extent. I, Yeah. I agree. Could you get away without an OS target iOS? You would have to shim every single module with iOS equivalents. Yes, it's not ideal, but you have the capability. I mean, it sucks, but there's nothing in the compiler that's stopping you from compiling for iOS now, is there? That the modules aren't prepped for iOS. Yeah, fully agree. But yeah, any module you use, if it says if OS is Windows or if OS is macOS, like all of them will be wrong. No, like you will get the macOS version of all the branches, of all the ifs. You will always get the macOS version because you're compiling on macOS, and we don't change the OS. So since we don't only change the CPU target, by the way, that also means we can build native applications for macOS now. That's actually nice. This is something I might try. Just to get rid of the Rosetta overhead and just see how fast things are. Tempting. And then we'll see where our bindings break on ARM, because our bindings are generated for x64 right now. So I assume if we run the bindings generator, if we, like all the bindings generator scripts I write have the capability to run both at compile time and at runtime. So if we compile these to run at runtime and compile them for ARM, would that be enough to generate the ARM bindings? Maybe not. We have to look. We probably have some x64 hard-coded stuff in there. But we could ship with a ARM version of the macOS bindings. I assume there are differences, but I'm not actually that certain. Well, there must be some differences. Rebuild the ImGui app you made for the compiler. Yeah, again, I'm almost certain that wouldn't work because you're gonna have some differences in structs and defines, etc. on ARM compared to on x64. So I'm almost certain that it wouldn't work. So we would first have to figure out how to run the bindings generator in ARM mode. Maybe we don't even need to change. Maybe we don't even need to compile it for ARM. Maybe it's enough to change the target system triple before we invoke libclang, and that could be sufficient. This one is agnostic. Yeah, I think the only one that's holding us back is that we don't change the target system triple for libclang. But I think we even give you that option here somehow because we need it for another platform. Extract-line arguments, yes. So you can use this to change the target system triple. And that should work. Yeah. Okay, but that's an aside. Like, that's very interesting to me. I don't know how interesting it is to other people. I think more people in the beta are interested in WASM, so let's look at WASM. What's the smallest Hello World WASM that we can try? You ship with an example, right? So let's see if we can clean up things here that are no longer necessary. This one gives you the cross-compiling capabilities. We already looked at that yesterday. You shouldn't need this anymore, right? Let me look at your runtime support WASM. You have the, okay, you change the default allocator. Can we avoid that? Yes. We could just shim default allocator. Right? I would like to try that, because then you get the rest of the rest of runtime support without having to duplicate it. So that would be nice. If we just say here, we want walloc. But maybe let's not change anything. Let's leave your changes. You removed a lot of runtime support logic. Okay, let's compare those two. How bad is it? That seems unnecessary. Yeah, you still have the old runtime support, because that's brand new. You haven't seen that yet. I don't think it has shipped yet. Yeah, that's no longer necessary. Let's use to fill this in if desired. Yeah, we're desiring to fill this in. But we could just replace the body of write string unsynchronized. You changed the format of gyro runtime init, and system entry point. I probably wouldn't even do that. enable backtrace on crash is a module parameter boolean, so it's false by default anyways, isn't it? None of these would compile, like all of this would drop out anyways. So I think I would dare to do the following. For example, so the problem with this is, for example, we changed the format for runtime support assertion failed, and you don't get that if you have a copy. Like it's more work to maintain a copy of runtime support than to just shim what we need. So I would try to clean up stuff like that. You just miss this if you maintain a full copy of a module. So I would say we do the following. This one we need to maintain. So let's try to do that. Or shall I just try? No, yours wouldn't even run right now because of the change. So I'm trying to update this for the upcoming beta. So we're not gonna replace runtime support. Instead, we're gonna replace the default allocator with a walloc, which means we need to make sure that it conforms, which means it should just have an allocator proc, I think. Is that what we expect? Let's turn this into the right thing again. Was that the right thing? Yes. And we import default allocator. There was the allocator proc. Yes. So let's close the iOS stuff. So walloc, as we said, where is it? Modules, walloc. This needs to be allocator proc. And we probably need to change some other things to be compatible to the default allocator. This one is outdated. Let's look at the default allocator we just used. I have too much crap open. Let's close stuff. So I would say we can even create separate heaps, can't we? In WASM, because we could just create a new memory thing. Oh, that needs to be passed from the outside, right? But we could support it like by using that. Couldn't we just return a new memory, WebAssembly memory for a new heap? It seems like we could. Anyways, that's totally out of scope for now. I'm just gonna copy this because I'm lazy. And we're gonna go into walloc, which I've closed again. I'm so good at this. So I want the complete mode for safety reasons. We don't need startup. Yeah, all of this by allocate resize. No, that's broken. This is wrong. I tried this. This will give you nasty bugs, because the contract of resize is that you get the old content. So if you do this, you need a copy. Otherwise you're in hell. Like sometimes your data vanishes. Like if you're using something that does resize, then your data vanishes. I know because I recently had that bug when I implemented. What did I do there? Right, I implemented an allocator for one of the libraries. I basically created a bridge between our allocators and the allocators of, I think it was Tidy, or was it like one of the libraries I recently connected to. So resize needs to copy the memory. If you look at pool, you'll see that if you can type. Yeah, if resize, you need to copy. So this is bad. We're gonna get rid of that then. So basically this turns into this. So that's the proper implementation. Proper. I'd prefer log for everything instead of print, especially in an environment like WASM. What else? Create heap, destroy heap. We said we don't support, so we're gonna complain about that. But we could support multiple heaps. We're just not right now. We should do the same here, actually. Let's do that for the default allocator. Do I have it open? No, of course not, because I constantly overwrite stuff. The caps do this. Multiple threads, free, actually resize. Where did I forget the return statement? Over there? Nope, don't see it. Maybe you said that before I actually added it. Yeah. So now we just need the caps version string, which we're gonna, let's just scope file caps version string is I'm just gonna say this, whatever. Okay. And now this one can die. Oh, wait. Yeah. This needs to go here. Okay. Good. So that's number one. The next thing I said is we have to patch certain methods. Do we have a general method for this in here already to replace method bodies? Nope. This is something that I think Kuyu mentioned, right? I think he mentioned that he has that capability. I don't know if he's still here. It's already pretty late. Oh, he's still here. Where is it though? You know what? I want a proper tea. Like this was just hot water. I'll be back in a couple of minutes with a fresh tea. If you want to send me any instructions where I can find that code or whatever, or if you want to hop on a call again, just let me know. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, let's continue. Um, so we have a module. Does that just indirects? Okay. Try bindings and WASM GL, but that's not. Oh, so this is not the metaprogram plugin. This is the metaprogram plugin, I guess. Yeah. So you have replacements. Where's replacements? Okay. You have a replacement list. I'm just seeing how you're doing it. Messaged me on Discord. Okay, maybe I should look at Discord. Yeah, okay. Thanks. I found that. It's lines 122. If the method header is loosely matched, it will swap it out. Okay. And the replacements are down there. Yeah. Oh, you don't even have it as a code or something. You literally have a struct that compiles. Okay, so why did you go with the, you know what, let's hop on a call. Maybe that's easier before we do the high bandwidth in one direction, low bandwidth in the other. Like, if you want, you can do that. Let's turn on desktop audio. Let's say hi to Kuyu. Hello, hey. I'm gonna try sharing my browser with you. Okay. So why did you go with a write file, exposing that, and as opposed to exposing, I don't know, console log and console error or something? You can't wait a second. They can't hear you. That's interesting. What's wrong? Oh yeah, I think I know. Let's go to OBS. No, desktop audio is VB cable. We set this up yesterday. Output. Oh no, this one needs to be set to multi-output. That's the problem, I think. Yeah, how is it now?
Testing, hello.
Yeah, there you are. I think they can hear you now. Okay, good.
All right.
Boom.
Yeah, so I think you're asking about that method specifically instead of something like you have a console like underscore log that just gets picked up by the WASM, right? I think. And so the reason basically is because this method used to call all the way down the stack of the print all the way until it got to like the Windows level right file. And so what used to be happening, like it used to just work. Everything used to just work in WASM actually. And so all you would do is if you in my actual like jai.js file, I already have a write file implementation from like a year ago, and it just takes what used to happen in write file from Windows, um, and it just prints out the string, like how that would work. And so technically, I think once WASM support is actually in here,
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably wouldn't even need to overwrite this method. You would just add the write file implementation into the binding, like the JavaScript level of the binding.
Ah, okay, but that expects you to compile on Windows, of course.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, and you would, I don't know really if there's how that would work correctly.
I mean, you
Uh,
could totally like we could go that route and just shim the Windows APIs and in the WASM plugin, um, like instead of I'm gonna do it in the browser so you can see it. So over here, where we normally set, oh, you don't do that. You don't cross compile, as far as I can see. Yeah, so you don't cross compile, but
yeah, I'm not.
yeah, so he sets cross compiling by setting the CPU target to custom. If you now force, like, if you don't set the operating system, then you get whatever operating system you're currently on. So you would compile for a
Yeah, you
custom
go to
CPU
the,
target, but it would still compile the macro, like try to, it will still take the macOS paths if you're on macOS, if you take the Windows paths if you're on Windows. So if you want to have this consistent, you would probably also have to set um, the operating system. Patrick just says in chat he doesn't think shimming Windows support for WASM is a good idea. I don't think so either.
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. The question is, what do you pick? Let's go to, where is this? Is it in preload? I think it's in preload. So you could say operating none, or we just add WASM. That would be the proper thing, right?
I think it would make sense to do that because there are also a few calls that down the stack get called into like the Windows or whatever methods, and a lot of I think this is kind of also what Patrick was talking about with what he removed, maybe. So some of the stuff is just totally not necessary for WASM since like at a high level JavaScript will do some of the things like for example like Patrick mentioned the console log is thread safe.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it would make sense to have maybe a WASM specific thing that calls into WASM specific bindings. I don't know how other languages do this though, actually. So I'd be interested to know, but I don't have an answer to that.
By the way, I see
Um,
iOS is here as an operating system tag, Patrick. So we don't even need to add that. Like that's already here. So we could compile for iOS. The only problem is you need to have the iOS path on every module where it's necessary. Just because we talked about that earlier. Yeah, but I think WASM, since so many people want to target WASM, I think it makes sense to just add WASM here. I'm not sure if John's happy with that. We'll have to talk about that. But yeah, you would have to update the modules totally. Like the modules are not expecting iOS right now. Neither do they expect Android or Grandboss. So yeah, that means more work in the modules to support more operating systems. But that this is something that people can contribute. Like I'm more interested in like setting a path basically, and I always set a tea timer, and when it rings, I just stop it and leave the tea in the water, which is a great way to have awful tea. Just a second. Okay. Well, I don't know when I turned it off, but this must be a 10-minute steep now on a first steep, so that's going to be intense. Anyways, so I just rather what do you call it? It's not really trailblazing what I'm doing, but show the path of this is how we would improve support, or how you get the basics working, and then if anyone from the beta wants to contribute an iOS version of, I don't know, something, whatever module you're interested in, like an iOS version of I don't know, GetRect, or an iOS version of Process or whatever, they can just submit that and we put it in. I don't want to like provide like update all modules to work on all platforms. That doesn't really make sense from a like that's work that other people who are actually busy on that platforms can do way better. So same for WASM. Like having the operating system tag WASM makes sense. Yeah, is it a CPU WASM or an operating WASM or both? Like, do we need both? Wouldn't it be enough to say there's a CPU WASM and then I don't know. Like
That I don't know.
we usually have an if on OS. So my feeling is that OS WASM would be enough, and you just say CPU is custom or whatever.
OS was my assumption. I don't know in the compiler what like when you would check one versus other. So,
The compiler itself doesn't care.
or not the, I mean the modules.
Yeah, the modules usually check the operating system. The CPU makes sense if you want to have like custom, like currently we only support x64 assembly, but if you want to have ARM assembly, or like you can have
Oh, I
bytes in
see.
there that contain ARM assembly, like in theory you could do ARM assembly, it's just harder. Okay, Patrick says he thinks both because, but there's no because yet. Yeah, I think OS WASM totally makes sense. CPU WASM, I'm less certain. I'm gonna leave it out because you can just go with custom for now. But I'm gonna put in the OS WASM. Just if it doesn't show up in the beta, you know why. But I'm gonna try this. So where's your damn WASM module? Here you are. So I'm gonna switch you. So yeah, we just wanted to talk about I think generally the idea of just having a list of functions to shim is a good idea. I'm gonna like steal that code from you probably. I don't think it's a good idea to shim the Win32 APIs. I don't know. Like
Yeah, I probably agree with you. That was mostly legacy, really,
Yeah, sure,
because
sure,
that
sure. Yeah,
part
I'm
was already
just
added in.
I'm surprised like how far you guys came with supporting WASM with zero support from the compiler. It's pretty impressive that people got things going. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to know for now. Like you can stay in the calling wall if you want. We can drop, but I'm just gonna try to get Patrick's version working. I'm gonna put in your replacement code, like massage it
Oh,
in.
one thing about the replacement code is, so when I linked it, I mentioned it loosely compares to the headers. I wrote it so long ago. I don't remember exactly what the problem is, but there's some problem. I don't think it can, it's something like I don't think it compares the parameter types. I think it compares the parameter names. It's either that or I think it's that. So that's really weird, right? If that's what it is. And it was like a year ago I wrote this. Um, so it's just looking for a header with that name, and I think the correct amount of parameters and the parameters with the correct names. So really it's not good for that reason. And there is probably a better way to do this, I think.
Let me check. Yeah, we have an equals, and you compare the procedure name and the arguments and the returns. You compare the count. Yeah, that's not necessary. You could just take one of the counts, but whatever. And you look at the kind. That's not that all of them should be declarations. So that I think that's unnecessary. You compare the names, yeah, and you don't compare the types. Okay, so
Yeah,
you
okay, there you
couldn't
go.
do any overloads or something. Okay,
Yeah, well, not only just that, but if also so if the method changes in the modules folder and you don't update the replacements and suddenly like you have
yeah,
some
yeah,
weird
you
stuff.
would have weird breakage. Yeah, but
Yeah,
also you would also have weird breakage even if we compare the types. If the types change in the because then you just don't replace and you get the
that's
original.
true.
So I'm not sure
Yeah,
what
that
the
would be a good
best.
crash scenario probably. If something doesn't ever get swapped out or something like that,
Yeah,
maybe.
I think most likely you would get compiler errors, right? Because if you try like if you need to replace a method and you don't, then probably it doesn't compile at all. Probably
Yeah,
depends
it
on
makes
why
sense
you
to me.
replace stuff, but I don't know. Like you know why you replaced all the functions. So Oh, you replaced print to builder. Interesting. Do you remember why?
It had assembly in it, I'm pretty sure, for looking ahead of percentages or something
Oh,
like
sure.
that.
Yeah. But I think we just dropped that with use SIMD,
Yeah,
didn't
so
we?
this is not needed at this point.
Yeah. Let me just look if that's actually the case. Module print. Um, yeah, I think they're all in use SIMD. Yeah, okay, so good. So we don't need to do that. Good, then I'm just gonna steal your mechanism of setting up the replacements, and then we look at the individual replacements on whether we want to do them or not.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, King asks, what microphone do I use? I use a Blue Yeti Pro or something, and I would not recommend it. The usability is god-awful. The precursor, I don't know what you're using, Kuyu, but the precursor module of this one had dedicated knobs for a couple of features, and for the successor they just put everything on one knob that's like multimodal, and that's
Wow.
just so bad.
Yeah, I did have Blue Yeti a while ago. I swapped it out like a few years ago for a Rode microphone, which is aux cable, and I like that a lot. It plugs into a little digital audio converter, which is super nice to use.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't like to replace stuff that works, so I'm gonna stick with that for a while. But if it ever breaks, I will. That's also a path I'm
It
gonna
doesn't
take.
sound bad at all, so it's probably good for that purpose.
Yeah, it's just like whenever you need to adjust anything, it's annoying. There was the guy, the original. I was looking now for something. The guy who invented the. I think it was the guy that did the original presentation. I forgot his name. On like the mouse and like what was that? What's his name? I should know that. Whatever, the guy that invent basically that did the first demo of a graphical user interface with a mouse. I forgot his name. His license plate was no modes. He was so dedicated to. I can't find it. I saw it in some presentation somewhere. He was so dedicated to saying like modal UIs are just bad, modal user experiences, and I have to think about
That's
that
your microphone.
every time I have to hold press the button of my microphone to change between. Like it's just bad. Yeah, and also Vim is a good example of why modes suck. But anyways, let's go back to working. Okay. I said I want to copy your code, so I should probably do that. Just the idea of, I'm not sure if so you compile that struct, as I've seen.
Yeah, that caused some problems. So actually, this won't work with Patrick's
Yeah, because you don't
plugin,
want to compile your code in the context
the meta program.
of the meta program, because you don't, then you get the cross compiling support. Your one is Yeah, it's a Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti is a brand of Logitech, and that should have been a red flag from the beginning, but I wasn't
I didn't know
strict.
that actually. Huh.
Yeah, because whenever I used to love Logitech back from the very olden days when I just like when they did the 3-button mice and whatever, and they were good. But like I'm talking about over 20 years ago. But they just like all of the Logitech products I've bought since then, I've regretted. So I now swore to never buy a Logitech product again. Yeah, I think I want code. I also think I want code instead of having the struct, because I don't want this to actually type check in the context of the metaprogram plugin. I want this to type check in the context of the target workspace. So I'm gonna do this slightly differently. Maybe I'll do it from scratch. So I'm gonna switch you. If you want to stay in the call, I'm gonna switch you over to Vim.
Sure. The stream is actually just like probably 1 second delay.
Okay,
So
so that's kind of
yeah, that
acceptable, I
works.
guess. That's good. I thought it
Yeah.
was more. So we said CPU target custom. We're gonna go for OS target, I think, is WASM, brand new. That might actually cause more trouble than it's worth right now, because we probably have a bunch of assert falls in a bunch of modules that just really don't want to be compiled on an operating system we didn't expect. So, but we'll see. So we said we want to replace the default allocator. We're going to add our custom module folder. I'm going to delete your runtime support WASM for now. And with yours, I mean Patrick's, of course. And I'm going to keep the remove ASM blocks. What is CMD? What is that used for? Oh, that's just like, yeah, I usually call this run and exit on failure or something. Okay, we have the custom link command. We remove the... Oh, you tried the WASM 32 in the meantime, Patrick. That's also interesting. So we're gonna skip... Wait a second. So we do this instead. And you replaced the... So this has changed since yesterday, hasn't it? You removed the custom stack size. Why did you do that? And you removed, like, something else has changed. Stack first is gone. Export all is gone. Seems unnecessary. Okay, let's... Then we just change this one. Wait, something here doesn't make sense to me. So you output to the WASM 32 file path immediately, even though you say 64. Oh, that's just because you don't want to have to rename. Okay, I get it. I get it. Never mind. Yeah, let's leave that in for now. We're not going to do replacements for now. Why do you have different names? Oh, that's the names of the WASM. Yeah, never mind. That's not that important. Do you ship the tools? You actually do? Okay. This one annoys me a bit, but just because I got used to John's strict alignment in code. Yeah, again, I think I would swap those around so that we get precedence for our custom replacement modules. But we still want to remap in this case. Okay, shall we give this a ride? So I say Jai example, I assume. Yeah. Main.jai plug WASM. Oh, but then I have to add this is an import dir. Oh, I forgot to replace one of the CMDs. Oh, because I undid it. Okay. Runtime support has an init, is not a member of runtime support crash handler. Yeah, that's something you dropped. And now, okay, now we get the issue of, hey, we're not Windows or Linux or Mac OS, so we just don't get that one at all. Do we drop that? Seems like we should drop it. It's interesting. We have enable backtrace on crash. That's set. We can disable that with the compiler options though, because it's fed in from the like this model parameter must be set. I just don't know exactly. Let me see. Where do we set that? It's import runtime support. Where do we set that argument? Make identifier. Value is options backtrace on crash. So we just need to disable that. We don't need to shim it out of runtime support. We just go to the WASM module and we say, and I forgot it already, backtrace on crash. Let me double check that one. In Jai code, maybe it's called slightly different there. Backtrace on crash. Nope. So we just go to WASM and we say options backtrace on crash. It's off. Ta-da. Okay, now we need to start shimming, I guess. Yeah, skipping bindings check, that makes sense. Not all control paths. Okay, these are just the ones that get shimmed. I mean, that get gutted, I should say. Basic. Why is this one gutted though? It doesn't contain WASM. Am I blind? Assert. Oh, yeah. We need to shim assert. I'm not sure if we can do that because it's a macro. But this is something John recently changed. Where's debug break? It's in basic module, isn't it? No, it's in preload. Okay. But there's an ASM block that doesn't. I don't see why we see an ASM block. Because we changed the CPU, we're not on PS5, so we should see the LVM trap and not an ASM. Maybe something else in there is like a cert helper might contain something. Nope. Yeah, I don't see why this one got shimped. We're gonna look at it. Dump. And what I want from the shim actually, don't just tell me the body of blah. I want to see the location. And for that one, let me look again. This is in preload, I think. No, it's in compiler. Is it location? What's it called? It's location. Okay. But the enclosing load. Okay, so we have to do the following. We have to say add the blah blah, and we say get file name, body header location. Because I want to know which overload it hits, which we currently can't see, which is annoying. Header location, header, come on, fingers, location L0. I assume we don't have multiple overloads in one line. If you have that, it's your fault. So now we hopefully see, we don't. Mismatching levels in direction, code node given location. Oh, we just give it the header, okay. So we are dropping removing body of alloc string at 157. So this one, the one I dumped, so we don't. Oh, there's no overload. This is TLOC string. My bad. Okay, let's look at the dump. Where's the ASM? There's an ASM. And it comes from preload 476. 467. Good God. So he hits this CPU part. It's not respecting compile time ifs. Oh, yeah, that's no good. That's really not good. Because the whole point of the compile time if is to give us a way to remove ASM blocks. Like, we need to add that. How would we though? Oh yeah. Let me see. How do you do the removal? This is type checked. Once it's type checked, we should know if something. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a problem. In theory, we don't have to remove the ASM blocks anymore. Well, we should, if we hit an ASM block, so this needs to go. What kind of error do we get if we hit an ASM block? Does it just refuse to compile, or do we get bad stuff happening? Like, how does...
I think it just doesn't compile.
Okay, then we just don't do that, right? Period. And we just shim stuff that contains it. No, I added that actually recently. It's just that I can't. I'm serious. I can't remember all the things I did, even if it's relatively recently. There's just too much going on. I don't know. Maybe it's the age. Maybe it's I'm just degenerating. I don't know. Uncloud identifier startup. Yes, that makes sense because I made this incorrectly. This should read. Oh, that means, wait, that means the default allocator is doing a using on that. We should get rid of that. There's no point in having that. Do we still have the default allocator open somewhere? Of course not. Yeah, why? Oh, that's because this is the old code. But where's the using? There. Go away, we now have unary dots. This is ancient code. Okay, better. That was just a tiny aside. Okay, let's get rid of that dump because it's spammy. I renamed that. That's my bad. We don't know S size T. Yeah, I remember getting that mail and just implementing it. I just forgot that I did it, Patrick. I still fail to do this properly. Really? Oh, because for some reason I left this crap in here. Man, I'm sloppy. Okay, yeah, pthread. No surprise that we don't have that. It's in runtime support. Why do we hit that? Because runtime support isn't properly if-else, I guess. Yeah. If OS is Linux, let's just copy from the original. Where was it? Just had it nicely if-else somewhere. I just saw it. Where are you? This one. Maybe we want to have a is Unix at some point, because there are going to be more operating systems that are Unix. Like all of these should also include iOS, etc. This is fine. Okay. So we just have size T in runtime support. Why do we hit that one? Oh, because this one is not targeted properly. We should do this. If it's Windows, else if, else, blah, fallback. Okay. Lots of shuffling around, nothing magic happening, just elbow grease. Let's look for everything where we check for Windows. Okay, Windows, macOS, else. Windows, macOS, else. Nope. And we could already, you know what, let's do this, let's pay this forward. Let's already do it for iOS as well. And this tells me we need a POSIX, like if is POSIX or something, because otherwise we'll have to, you know what? Shall we do this now? Probably. Yeah, I think we do this. And it goes to preload, I guess. Somewhere here. We don't need anything here. And I want run support next to it. So basically we want this. Or should we call it is Unix, or I don't know if we want to. Android probably is in here as well, isn't it? We don't know about Krampus yet. Yeah, I just don't know if we should call this is Unix or is POSIX. Yeah, exactly. The question is, do we care about whether this is a Unix operating system, or do we care about whether it implements POSIX? That's the question. Because Windows implements POSIX as well, but not completely. Like, you have some parts of POSIX in Windows. Maybe we go for is Unix. Maybe, I don't know. Naming. Okay, so we say if Windows, else is if Unix. Windows, Unix, let done. Nope. Windows, else Unix. Yeah. Okay. Too many returns. What? Oh. Okay. Then perform a procedure call outside of body, not a procedure. Oh yeah, that's not a problem. Damn it. We can't do this in imperative scopes. True. Although I'm not sure. Probably. But not like, it's more likely to be right than wrong, but Not guaranteed that these are actually correct on iOS, especially this one. Yeah, the problem is now that we can't actually use this in global scope. So here we would have to expand it unless we say this. But then this is slower again, and you don't want slow stuff in runtime support. So I'm afraid we have to do this here. You would, like, if you don't care, you would say if run is Unix, okay? But we don't want to do this here because this is runtime support. This gets loaded everywhere. And yeah, let's not make it slower than it's necessary. Let me be amazed what the date is. November 14th. God, November is already half over. I don't know where the time goes, guys. I know I say this all the time, but I have that feeling all the time. So we need to keep these in check. That's what the tag is for. Like, they need to be equivalent. Same here. Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. I'm just goddamn stupid. And no one in chat said anything. Shame on you guys for making me do the stupid part. Like, we can just do this and have no overhead whatsoever. And also, I can't jai, so I can identify. Oh yeah, damn it. Okay. Assertion failed. DLL extension. Oh yeah. Why DLL extension? Are we compiling as a dynamic library? Let me check. I guess we are. Output type executable. Oh no, that's because we're looking for a DLL. Okay. Okay, so we have that case OST WASM. We shouldn't probably try to load anything on WASM. Why are we trying to load anything on WASM? We're gonna get here if we... Oh, this is for output file name. Oh, so we just... Good, I guess. Is it always WASM by default? I don't know. I don't know those things. Oh, and this is not Jai, so we need a different thing. Object extensions, oh, okay, if you say so. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Thank you. This is not Jai, unfortunately. Very unfortunately. Thanks, Kudos. I mean, in this case, it wouldn't have mattered, but at some point it would have. Okay. Command field with exit code 1. WASM LD. Yeah, because we don't ship that. I had it lying around. Yeah, where does this object for the WASM... where does this one come from? The valog.o. Yeah, so in this case, I would add this as a submodule and just compile it. Or report it, of course. How bad is this? 400 lines. We should just port this. Honestly, before you... Yeah, so in my book, instead of having that dependency on this one, I would probably... So, either I add this as a submodule and compile it as part of the compilation step, or at least have it there and have the option of compiling it as part of the compilation step, if ever needed, or we just port this. Like, it's 500 lines. That's, I don't know, 2 hours of elbow grease at most. Unless they're doing something crazy. But, like, I'm not going to do it right now, but I'm going to take note of that. Do you add it as a dependency? No, you just have it manually in your link line. Okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty... This doesn't belong here. Like, this kind of advertise. Like this is class. I don't know. This is Microsoft evil kind of thing. This doesn't belong here at all. You want to advertise for Copilot, yeah, but here, like, go away. I'm sure it drives adoption of Copilot, and I'm sure that increases some middle managers' bonus, but yikes. Okay, so the problem we have is that I don't ship WASM-LD. I have WASM-LD around. If I remember correctly, I just didn't... if we go here, in SUP, build LVM. Yeah. I copy WASM-LD now when we build LLD. I just didn't want to check it in with the beta. Here it is. It's here, because we didn't support WASM yet. So why would we distribute it? So that's why it's not here. But that also means we need to change this here if we want to say we're just gonna use the one that we ship with the compiler. We could get the Jai executable name and get the WASM and the LD from there. I'm not sure why you do this here, honestly. If you only need it here, why are you not doing this in complete or in ready for customer link command? I mean, it's work that you don't need to do unless you actually hit that phase. So I'd rather do stuff here. And now I need to look at, there is something to get the compiler path. Just man, there's lots of stuff in here. Get version info, compiler report, set, get nodes, get code. There is something to get the compiler path. Or do we just say get path currently running executable? And at compile time, that's going to be the compiler. But I think here, this command line will include all items supported by the operating system, including the name of the executable. I think we normally use that, but there's also, isn't there a get path of running executable or something? Get path of running executable, there it was. Now I dropped it. If we do that at compile time, it should work, right? Oh, come on. We don't have system? No, we don't have system. Now we do. Compiler is at yes. Ah, damn it. In my case, it's going to be harder to find... curse you. Do I now need to add a special case for my debug environment? That sucks. We could cheat by going from the default modules path upward, but that also sucks a bit. We could say, no, you just have to have this in your path, which also sucks a bit. Like, which suck do we want to embrace? I'm not sure. Default modules path, we don't expose that. Operating path we find here. Like, otherwise I would have to do this one. Do we expose this somewhere? Operating path. Do we have this somewhere anywhere? No. That's a shame. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm sorry. Come on, fingers. You can do it. Also, this could be here. This could be here as well. Okay. And now I'm just gonna copy this. What's it called? Find index from right. Compiler path. Bin, I think, right? If it's not -1, then we return slice compiler path or zero index plus 4. otherwise we say index is find index from right compiler path jai. And here we do okay. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, I'm not sure if you want. Well, we can branch off and then, because like this code is not gonna work yet before we release the next beta, so I'm not gonna push it to master or anything. So we have, in theory, the compiler binary path, so we can say WASM LD path is sprint or tprint in this case. I do sprint down here because I don't know if what you're gonna do with it, but here we can do tprint. Doesn't matter at compile time. Whatever. If OS is Windows, we can add the exe, it's not actually necessary. Else if OS is macOS. You know what, we could just do this instead. Okay. Come on. Sloppy me. WASM did macOS. Permission denied. Whoopsie. Really? It's not executable. You're right. How did that happen? Wait a second. You are a binary. You are a binary. I copied you from macOS release x64, I assume. Oh, I deleted that afterwards. Okay, so bin WASM LD. Oh, that's because, yeah, that's stupid. We should change that. So the reason this is broken is if you look what build LVM does, we do copy file, and copy file does copy file. And you know what copy file does? It's stupid. So this doesn't preserve the executable bit, which is something we should have fixed a long time ago. Let's... Is this the time where we fix this? What's the proper way? Like, is there a POSIX way? I want this one without, like, do I have to? What's the right way to do this? Okay, they literally copy. That I was afraid that this is going to be the answer. I'm not sure if that's the right answer though. Yeah, this is the stupid stuff we basically do now. It's completely moronic. So the question is, do we do this here? Run or exit is what I usually call it. Yeah, that's what I want. This is what should have been here. And on Windows, you do what? Seems like there is a copy file X. You say copy on Windows, right? Anyone dealt with forward head posture syndrome? I guess you're talking about this. No, haven't dealt with it. Looks like cause you to feel sleepy. Are you pinching your nerves or what's happening? Or even the blood supply? You know, like my mom always really drilled into me the sitting upright stuff. I hope I still have preserved that. Maybe I do this from time to time. I don't know. Natsu, that's actually like, this might happen. Like I would not be surprised if that actually happened or has happened already. There is, by the way, there is woman as a command. I saw this somewhere. Okay, anyways, what I wanted to look is Windows. It's just copy, isn't it? Oh yeah, WikiHow, good God. Source test, we don't need to verify, hopefully. why shows a binary file. This must be a translation error. Indicates. Hooray for translated documentation. Why would it care about whether it's a binary or text file when you copy? That sounds a bit silly. Are they touch the file? Holy cow, Windows is so fucked up. So we wanted -y, not minus, but slash, because Windows. And let's be sure, let's do it the other way around, because who knows, Windows. Okay. See, we're even future OS support. Okay, that doesn't fix my problem right now, so I'm gonna go here and just, oh no. It's just LLD. Awesome, awesome. Jai bin. This literally is just a rename. Then we don't need to ship that. Like, we can just use the normal linker. Or, well, LLD, which already ship. Okay, then let's do that. Shall we? Like, why ship this twice? Good, learned something. Why use copy command on Windows? Because it's smarter than reading the whole file and writing it back out, I think. Actually, you know what? Actually, this might be slower. I was like, why are we doing the slow stuff of reading the file and copying it out? But here we're forking a process which is even slower, almost certainly. Like, almost guaranteed. So maybe we should just do this, actually. And then this one might use copy file X at some point on Windows. Okay, anyways, progress. Woman. This took forever. Oh yeah, now we run against the moronic thing of it needs to be named a certain way to work correctly. And I think we also have that problem with LLD macOS, that it just doesn't work if it's called LLD macOS. So I think we actually need, what? Why do we have that? Go away. Is this something we ship? But we have this one. Why do we have? I'm confused. Do we ship this? I don't think we ship this. let me look at distribution. No, we don't ship that. Okay. Okay, so I think what we actually need to do is have a macOS folder and have this one in here as LLD. And what's the other names it expects? Yeah, it expects to be named like this, which is so stupid. And then we'll have a symlink. To was it WASM LD? What did it want? WASM LD. So we don't ship this twice, which would be silly. Which means this one will change to macOS WASM LD. This will be Linux WASM LD, and this will be do we just make this the default? Sucks, but let's see if this works before I tear up everything. Okay. Unable to find module called WASM. Where is this coming from? Someone added this metaprogram plugins. Oh, what? Oh, never mind. Because I switched paths. Oh, I'm in the wrong shell. Guys, slow. Okay, this compiled. Wow, yay. Okay, so I think just the linker at least we need to move to subfolders. Oh no, that's not Windows. That's Linux. This will break people, so we need to announce it. And it wants it to be named what on Linux? For stupid reasons. Where was this? I saw it. ld.lld. Yeah, screw you, Unix. Whatever. It's weird that they have Unix and then macOS separately, but okay. And on Windows, it should be LLD link, okay. But interestingly, on Windows, I don't think it causes trouble that it's called differently. We'll try this. How's the WASM situation? We just compiled something to WASM without shimming anything. So that's a start. How do I now try this? Chai tests. Thanks for freezing. I always love a good beach ball of death. Try WASM, examples. So we have a freshly compiled main WASM. What's your current job if that's not private? Why would it be private? Like, my current job is to be one of the how do you say that without sounding stupid? Like, I'm one of the CEOs of Fabman, but that sounds super silly because calling a 3-person part-time company, like, we're all CEOs of that company, like, it sounds stupid. I'm one of the founders. Okay, that's better. I usually call myself a founder, but still that seems pretentious. Yeah, like public announcement. If you give yourself a C title in a company that's less than, I don't know, 20 people, I think it's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. So yeah, I'm one of the co-founders of Fabman, and I'm also like working on a couple of projects, like this compiler for Thekla, but a couple of others as well, as a contractor. Yeah, you can call yourself the owner, exactly, yeah. I think founder is... I prefer founder to owner. But apart from that... So the problem is I need to serve this, right? I can't just open the index.html because then it can't load the WASM. What's the quickest way to serve this? I probably have 5,000 HTTP servers lying around, but how did I end up working for Thekla? I've told the story many times, so npm IG serve, that's Patrick, that's so yesterday. npx serve, you know, because it wasn't awful enough before, so now we have this awesome thing. npx serve, example public, I guess. npm I -g. Man, you're so 2000s. Nowadays it's bun IG. Oh god. And this will fail because I haven't enabled WASM 64, I think. Built a lot of resource, so responded. Okay. Man. Did you... where are we? This is the wrong file. This is our WASM stuff. So let me look at that file. Index. We want a runtime.js, and this one wants a main WASM. Sounds legit. Yeah, okay, let's, you know what? Let's do this fresh. So we get runtime as WASM, all 200s. Cannot convert undefined to big int. Oh yeah, sure, because you assume a patched runtime support, which we don't have. Is null a thing in JavaScript? I'm so detached, I don't know. Can I convert null to big int? If I just leave this out, can convert undefined to big int. Shut up. What is it? Does it think that main? Can I actually look at this instance? Exports. What does it think main is? System entry point. Length 2. Yeah. Prototype. arguments. Okay. How do I know why does it want to convert this to a big int? Like, it is defined as, like, this is where Kuyu, who probably went to sleep already. Like, Kuyu could help with this one.
I'm awake.
Oh,
I shouldn't be. I'm awake.
So I think your example showed. Let me look. I think you did this right in index, not in index, but which one was it? Initialize, I assume.
Jai.js.
Jai.js.
Probably open up the. Oh yeah, that's right. Jai.js. Yeah, an example project. Yeah.
There's lots of no. There's too much stuff. Let's go here. You had, where was this loading of stuff? Am I blind? Or did we look at this in Patrick's version? But I
They
thought we
probably
had.
both contain it.
But I can't
So the
see.
loading of stuff was where it just right below where you were looking.
Really? Okay. Initialize memory stuff. I can't remember
So that
looking
block
at
you
this at
just went
all.
over just then. We didn't get this far down this. So it was just right at the top where it says instantiate. It's just that function that's called after
Oh yeah.
instantiate. There we go. So then the giant instance stuff here. Yeah, so it's getting the main function and calling it with null64, which is a big int of 0.
Okay. Yeah, but that's not my problem right now. My problem right now, or did I misread the message? Let me try this again. It's complaining about undefined, so it's complaining about the second argument.
Oh,
So that's why I was surprised. Because main takes 2 arguments, right? If we go to runtime support, did you patch runtime support as well? Maybe that's the thing.
I did not know.
Okay,
I
but
didn't patch runtime support, but I just did the method swap.
yeah, but you replaced program init. That's what I mean. Or
I'm calling directly into it. So the precursory code is not called in mine.
I
So the
see.
result is I call a set context method to get the context pointer separately.
Okay.
I think that's the difference.
Okay, but we should be able to do this by just saying, no, this is actually like this.
Patrick says second argument is pointer.
Yeah, so a null should be fine, shouldn't it?
Yeah. So
Null 64
yeah.
is not defined. So is this something that you defined in yours?
Yeah, it's just 0 in, which is
Okay.
the same as big int 0.
Okay, missing function pthread mutex attr init. Okay, so now we're running into, hey, we actually didn't provide anything you need. On is the same as big int 0. Okay. That's what my mom calls me. Okay, so now we're in land where we actually have to. So I'm not sure why we need pthread, how that snuck in, but it obviously snuck in. That's probably just lazy if defs, like if defs, lazy hash ifs in our code. But I think what we're gonna do here is, you're slow. That's the only problem. Okay, so wait, let's first do this. This is just cleanup. Yeah, let's let's remove the monkey. That means we need to add this one, this one. We want this one, but it's separate. Runtime support, okay. So we said add WASM and also, yeah, so what you just saw and probably heard is the fixture, or I don't know what you call this, not fixture, whatever, the screw here on the, oh, it's actually, I was like, I'm really happy with that boom, but this one sucks. But I just see it says blue on the thing that I'm turning, so clearly it's not the Rhodes fault. Again, Logitech. This one doesn't hold properly. Bam, you see it again. Yeah, I don't recommend that mic. In this case, it's not the mic, it's the spider, but still, also from Blue. Okay, add WASM to OS, add Unix, flag to avoid all the long and hard to maintain. Okay. Use some scruffed piece of rubber to fix the stand. Yeah, the stand. You mean the spider, or which one did you use? Hi Valigo, by the way. I saw some message from you before, but I did not respond. Okay, this stuff. Move the LLD we ship because for some stupid reason needs to be called a certain thing. And let's add a facepalm emoji just for that. Okay. Hey, Big Fox. Also wear a sock on the mic itself. That's a cheap pop filter. I just prefer to pop and x into everyone's ears because people love that. Because I'm also an epic professional streamer. Not sure if you saw my first matches, but doing FOS. And actually wanted logic and copy file. Yes, but no. I deliberately did it here in well, I don't have that open anymore. Because I know that I'm fine with spawning processes here. I don't know if you're generally okay with spawning processes in copy file. So I deliberately did not modify copy file because I think it's like currently this does a read and a write, and changing that from a read and a write to suddenly spawning a process has very different behavior that you might not be okay with in for all kinds of reasons. So I didn't touch copy file on purpose. Just to explain that. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. We have partial success as we compile to WASM, but of course it's horrendously broken because we pull in pthread mutex that shouldn't exist in here. It's probably like it's one of these that pulls it in because we don't pull it in from here because the Unix should not be happening. So it's going to be somewhere here in probably thread that we pull in or something. So that's things we just need to shim. But we're going to do the shimming after a short break. I'm going to get a coffee, get a tea, and then we just tackle the whole thing. My goal is to have like this one running definitely today, hopefully very soon. The question is why we now pull it in. I assume it's because we have now general imports that used to be just cropped by Patrick's runtime support trimming, or I don't know. We'll see. All right, I'm back with coffee and tea and all the good stuff. And I should set a tea timer or I'm gonna be sad again. And I should respect the tea timer as well when it rings. We'll see if I can manage that. Okay. Oh, congrats, Valigo. I hope it goes well. Are they local or is it a remote company, like work thingy? Okay, so how do we figure out why we pulled that in? I think especially for WASM, it seems useful to know what you're pulling in. So I think I might add a flag that outputs, for example, all the modules you load or something. I don't know. Maybe that's stupid, but no, I can't go back. What is this stupid? There is something import, yeah, message file and message import. I just want to see what we pull in. If message kind equals case file, let me just say log loaded file blah. Case import I'm not sure if we always have module name or not, but we'll figure it out. Case phase does this. Okay. So let's recompile and just have a look what's happening there. It's remote, but they have an office in Serbia. Okay. That's probably the best of both worlds. So you can be on premise if necessary. Okay. So we are pulling in runtime support and basic and Walloc and compiler. That's no good. We don't want compiler in there. Why are we pulling compiler? Is this in Valok? Like, I definitely don't want compiler in. We import basic. Somehow we pull in compiler. It must be like preload, basic, or runtime support, right? That's the only ones that I doubt it's in it. Okay, so my tea timer rings, and now that means I should get the tea out of the water. Duh. Sounds trivial, but if you don't do it, like I usually do, yeah, then obviously it isn't that trivial, at least not to me. Okay, good. So maybe, but none of them would pull in compiler normally. But someone did. Program print, compiler, iprof, check. Runtime support doesn't pull it in. Basic memory debugger pulls it in. That might be the problem. But we don't load memory debugger by default, right? Yeah, it's if memory debugger, and memory debugger is false. So how on earth? We will have to take a look at that. Maybe this is something that I cause with the cross-compiling. Must be something with the runtime support. I don't know, it could be the cross-compiling. But if you say yours doesn't do it, This one we didn't hit. Like that's in an if, that's no. And also we saw that this one is not imported. Default allocator we shimped. That's not loaded, that's not imported either. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the following. What's the function called? Something about active loads. Active loads. Okay, who manages active loads? This is the initial stuff, right? Prep backend, what? Oh, this is the copy. No, nonsense. Here we are. Allocate active load. That's only going to happen in a couple of places. Preload, dummy, start on workspace, nope. Make string to load, nope. Add directive load. I'm going to set a breakpoint here, I think. Yeah. So we have enclosing import. Do we export that? Man, I wish I could manage tabs better in Vim. For some reason, I always have trouble of keeping them, finding them, keeping them, all that stuff. Compiler, here we are. Message import. No, we don't export the enclosing import. That would be useful. I think. So here I will say short name count load short data. Okay. Loading blah blah. Oh, I should. Oh, it could be that we're loading. We have two workspaces. Maybe we're loading compiler in the cross-compiling workspace. That could be. But then we shouldn't see that message, should we? I'm not sure. And I... go away. Okay. So we see blah, blah, blah. Loading compiler.jai. So I'm gonna, over here, I'm gonna say if strings match low, and you know what the cowabunga means? The cowabunga means we go here. And let's change our invocation to be what we just had, which is main.jai, or it's examples main.jai, I think. Examples main.jai. Import dir test WASM because we want, I don't have it here. Let's just add it at the end. Plug WASM. Do we need anything else? Nope. Oh yeah, this needs to be, let's do the full path. Tests, jai, WASM, examples, main jai. Then I don't need to change my working directory. Okay, let's go. And it didn't happen because we, oh yeah. This one needs to go. But CPU target was set to 2. We should have the proper name here. Let's do that. We should have names for those. We have that for AST nodes, if I remember correctly. Let's use the same mechanism. It's messages, I think. I thought there was something about translating the names. Was it an AST? come on, really? I thought we had something that mapped. Yeah. So let's just do the same thing. Static const character, because this is C++, so you have to do this by hand or use macros, or yikes. We don't need operating system right now, but we, you know what, then maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I just do CPU. Let's not add stuff that's initially, like, that's immediately unused. And how did I duplicate this one? Lovely. Crampu custom x64 and ARM64. And then we go to where we emit that error. The x6 backend supports only. Const car name is CPU names is unknown if. Can I get the size of an array like this at compile time? Example, non-example. Okay, thanks, Patrick. I'll look at that afterwards, but we fail before that anyways. How do I make sure that this is in bounds in C? Without doing this, which is, I mean, of course you can say this, but yeah. Thanks, Steve. Glad you enjoyed the streams. You've been coding for 30 years, understand 50%. Yeah, like, it's very specific. Lots of what we're doing is very specific. Either specific to Jai, obviously, or like compiler stuff, which I would not have understood a couple of years ago either. Name is CPU names. And this is build options, of course. And then we say this and say CPU name, and everyone's happy. Except and that means we go here, re-enable x64 just to try this. static array, you should be able to do size of divided by size of. Thank you. Yeah. We'll do that. I don't think we have it as a macro, so. Set to custom. That's way better, isn't it? Okay. You say it's just example. You probably write example. Yes. Thank you. In C++, you can use a template function methods. Yeah, no. No. Creating horse workspace, loading. And this seems to be wrong. Example main.jai. Oh, because WASM doesn't exist. Damn it. Why is typing so hard? Okay, so who is loading us? Load has gone live. Make data stop be live. Parsed statements. So we parsed a load. Oh, this is. So it's one of the statements. I see. There's our load compiler. And it's in modules compiler. Ah, that's not very surprising. Why did I not see the module.jai? It's there, I just didn't see it. Because we don't log it. We don't log that we added module.jai. We say loading compiler.jai, blah, blah, blah. We don't log module.jai. That must go through a different path. It must be on the import side. I should know this, I just forgot the details. So we have this job. It is an active load. It is an active load. Oh, but this is their active load where I put this, not in active loads. Ah, okay. Yeah, so this is not what I want. You go away. Issue active load. That's where we want to be. Do we have a short version here? Nope. And then over here, yeah, let's just recompile this and break here. This will not match. I'll replace the string. So this takes way too long, but whatever. I'm a bit unfocused right now. We'll figure it out. Compiler module. That's what we want now. So who issues that load? Start one import, add directive import, infer types. Okay. Example main. Oh. Yeah, this needs to be a run host. I should have seen this. So it is in WASM. And I should have looked there and I just didn't because I was like, yeah, why would we? But it's in here. Yeah, see this one? And why is my Vim freezing up? Come on. And why are we doing this here? Like, this is something that we can do. So this needs to be a run host. No, I just try to avoid the standard library like the plague, because it just makes everything slow. And there's some things that you probably want to use, but I try to stay as far away from C++ as possible, if that's... Hey, Baker Songe, did I win? We're in the process of winning. We're winning all the time. Lots of tiny wins. So yeah, this is run host, then that prevents it. But again, this is nonsense. We can just do this. We have a meta program. We should do this in a meta program. It's not nonsense, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't do this here. Hey, Mox. Okay, and with that, we should no longer see that compiler import for workspace 3, but we don't care. Nice. Let's look at that. Unless it derails us too much, then we don't. So we have run return values. Run has no return values. Okay. But the run host has one. This is something that has changed, I assume. When we did a couple of other fixes, this will have an implicit return value almost certainly. Okay, run. Host run. Return values. Data 0. What are you? Hard to see from here. Your type definition. Let's look at you. You are a void. Yeah, so we're adding the void. This is a special case we have. Do I need to check for this? This has a cleanup list on it. This has had a cleanup on it for a while. Let's find it. something. Yeah, this is the problem. So basically we would have to say come on, am I too bad at copying? Looks like it. Host workspace type def void and and this particular one, do we have the search still open? Yes. Oh, go away. This one now. Grr. Yeah, does this have a tag? Let's give it a tag, because then we need to touch this one again. And then we give it the run. Okay, and this one complains now about what? That it must be greater than 0 because we expect this void placeholder. Wait a second. Why do we assert this here? Who does the host run? Oh, I see what the problem is. Yeah. Let's undo all of this. Should have been filled by the host bytecode runner. That includes the void hack. So this one should have done. That's the bug. Run, target, run, return values, add, interp. Nope, not interp. Do we have the interp cross compiling target workspace type def void? Okay. Is that correct? That is correct. Come on. Now you're just busting my... Zero. What? I just added this. Go away. So we have a run with return values, not even reserved any. So we didn't hit this part. This one is unnecessary. Let me try that again. Any other modifiers in host installable? Nope, I don't think so. These are all fine. Now we are somewhere. Yes, that's the one. So we have number return value 0. Okay, but then where does the void come from? Do we do this somewhere else? Are we that stupid somewhere else? Oh, it could be that this one is the problem. Okay, I've had enough. So we are not doing this here. This is happening somewhere else. So if we have a host run at all, let's go here. I don't want to hunt for this. I'm not in the mood, so I'm gonna just say watch point set expression run host run address, also run host run return values count, and that means we have the size of 4. What? I didn't hit the breakpoint. Run host run return values count. Run host run return values has a count of 1. Someone must have added that at some point. I thought it's gonna be easy with the data breakpoint. Why is it not easy with the data breakpoint? That address is off. That address is wrong. Oh, because I said it one freaking line too early. Yeah. There we are. That looks wrong. Ugh. Oh, that's because we have the old watch point still? No. What is happening? let's restart. The host run is, how do we declare it? That's from the copier. And if this is correct, we're leaking it. So if I set a breakpoint on the count of host run return values. Oh, what? How can host run be null? Oh, because I'm on host run. Run host run return values as a count. It should be somewhere in that vicinity. What am I doing wrong? Am I that bad? So we have 7. Yeah, this is within there. That seems fine. And it's assigned 32, right? Yes. If I continue, we hit some random crap. As if that memory was reused for some reason. Bytecode value info. Are you overwrite? Like, are you? Oh, great. Now I don't see the address anymore. But the value info is in a completely different spot. Like, we're at 12 something, and the watch point I said was at 15 something. Guys, am I going nuts? Seems like I'm going nuts. Right? I set up. We are here. We're in the copier. The copier allocates all that crap. Maybe that assumption is wrong. But then, like, if the copier wouldn't allocate the stuff, but it would be in the copier, like, we would have, and therefore on the, like, if the copier doesn't allocate, did I say stack? If the copier doesn't allocate on the heap, but instead has its crap in it and therefore on the stack, we would have completely different issues. So that can't be the case. So why is this watch point broken? General set count. It seems totally sensible. But we hit random crap. I don't know what's going on here. I really don't know what's going on here. Let's take a short pause. And the thing is, it seems to me like the watch point, like here we say we're interested in that address, okay? 14 blah. And now we say watch point hit. But if I look, like we just did, what was the thing that triggered it? Okay. It was a write to I. Also, no. Like, wait, is it just that it shows me the wrong? You freaking debugger. It doesn't go, okay. it doesn't go to the thread that did the write. It just stops. So we were looking at this one, and there's just random stuff happening. The write happened in a different thread. It just stayed in the thread where we set the watch point. But if the write happens in a different thread, which it does, then you just see random stack trace in the thread you're looking at. Oh, that was evil. But these are the things, I guess, you just have to figure out by banging your heads against them, and then hopefully remember the next time you're stumbled. Not stumbled, stifled. So here we do the thing. Wait for running bytecode. But isn't this where we were? Yeah, this is awful. And here we have to say if run. But also, the other one was also right. Like, where was the other one? This was in bytecode runner. Like, this fix is also necessary, because otherwise we just add it to one but not the other. So we need this one. This was necessary. This is awful. Then this is awful. Run, target, run. Let me see. The fact that we have to do this in two places is also, they're not exactly the same, but that we have this kind of hack on both places, like, ugh. And now we should be happy as a kitten. We are. Okay, that's a fix that was necessary. This one goes away. Okay, one thing after the other. Improve the error. Let's leave this one in. Next one, this one. Okay, man. Back to where we wanted to be. This should mean that we no longer load compiler into our workspace. Yes. So now compiler is loaded into workspace 3. Again, it is unnecessary to load compiler there. That's a waste of energy. If we have a meta program, we could do it there. But I understand the separation here. Like, it's not this main knows that it's going to be compiled for, like, it doesn't know, but this main could know that it's compiled for WASM, so therefore we could move this to the WASM plugin. But then again, the WASM plugin shouldn't know how your project is structured, except maybe you give it a command line argument or something. So I understand why this is here. For my project, I wouldn't want to do this, but perfectly fine. This is just an example. So we compile. That should get rid of the error. It does not. What? Now I'm sad. Also, we have a double slash here. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, output path is usually slashed. So yeah, that's why you have. Oh, but strip file name. So we have the same problem here. I'd rather this not be the case. I would prefer it if our output paths were not slash suffixed, because I think this looks nicer than the other one. That's just one of the reasons. But currently it's not. Currently that's the way. So we have to do this. But that doesn't change the problem, of course. That's just minor cosmetic. Is it normal for a junior developer to handle a project alone with no support in an unfamiliar area and using new technologies? Depends on the junior, and depends on the project. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a great environment. I mean, it's a great environment for learning a bunch, but you're not going to be it's going to take you a while because you have to figure everything out for yourself. This has been all my career, all the time. So it means you take longer to arrive there, but you're going to have a better foundational knowledge, I think. But generally, I think having a decent mentor is going to get you faster to places. So that's probably preferable. But I never had any mentor whatsoever, so I can't tell you. Who knows how good I could be today if I had a mentor. Anyways, this compiles. Definitely. I'm gonna just do this for a second. This should barf, right? No, it doesn't. What? Is this crap of a server caching it? We just threw it away. We didn't. Oh no, you're not. Wait a second. Where are we generating this? Chai WASM example, main WASM. That's wrong. That's just wrong. We generated here. This needs to behave differently. That's one of the side effects of doing this here. So this changes the final output path, but it doesn't change the output path of the object files because it's too late. So since we infer the final path from the object path, which we shouldn't, no, we use output path. Wait, that's wrong. Wait. Something's fishy. Oh, No, that's my bad. No, it's not, neither the browser nor the server. No. The problem in this case is my change. It's completely my fault. I said run host, and so the set build options is now changing the build options on the host workspace, not the target workspace. this one should hit the host workspace though. I thought I implemented that. Let's look at interp. Set build options DC. Wait, we don't have an error if we can't find the interp? That's weird. Oh no, we never do that. That's strange. Yeah, Kuyu, thanks for joining. I know I don't utilize you as much as I should, but thanks for giving me the information when I need it, and have a good night's sleep. So this is wrong in the case of like we find the target. But then we don't, this should be target. So that's problem number one. So that was wrong. That was a bug. The next problem is that we're not looking at. Maybe we are. We'll have it. I'll have a look at that in a second. But we say target set build options. That might not be. That might not get the right one. And I'm getting really hungry, by the way. So this it's not gonna last for much longer, this stream. Target, workspace handle, workspace handle. That will show us if I'm doing the mapping somewhere without me having to look for it in the code. And we will see somewhere setting build options for 1 from 1. That's the meta program itself. Setting build options for 3 from 3. Yeah, this should read 2. Unless we mirror the build options in set build options. That could be the case. We'll see it in a moment. Oh. So here, do we have a special case for... No. Yeah, so basically this part is missing. whenever we do find interp in here, well, probably not always, but almost always, we should, if the target is a target workspace, we should go to the host. We'll have to check, you know what? Let's see. Are we doing find interp only in here? Yes. So I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say bool return host workspace if handle is for target workspace. No, you know what? Let's do it differently. And we are a target workspace. How about that flag name? If target cross compiling host workspace, target is target cross compiling host workspace. Okay, and now we actually need to see if that's okay for every invocation. So set build options definitely wants this. Set build options DC, yes. Get build options, yes. Get name. I think you want this on all of them, honestly. Add global data, yes. And that means, by the way, that can go away. Maybe we should not. Okay, so what I'm thinking. If you pass -1 to any of these functions, that means you want to get your current workspace. These, I think, all want the target workspace, the host workspace if you're in a target workspace. Maybe I should explain how cross-compiling works. If you're compiling for a target that's not your current operating system and current CPU, this is a cross compilation, and that means the workspace you're compiling for automatically create. So you have your meta program or the default meta program. For some reason, you change. So you create a you compile something in Jai, which creates a workspace where all your files get put in and compiled, etc. And if for that workspace you change the target or the operating system to not match your current target or operating system, we behind the back create a separate shadow workspace, I call it usually, for that workspace. And whenever something needs to happen in that workspace that can't happen in a cross-compiling environment, for example, certain runs, etc., they happen in the host workspace that we created, in the shadow workspace, and the results are copied over into the target workspace. And if you now have a run host, as we do here, so this means explicitly run this one in the shadow workspace, in the host workspace. If you don't have that, okay, it's still gonna, that's hard to explain. You're restricted in what you can do in here. You can do basically nothing in here, because like the thing is still gonna run, how how do I say that? It's running in the target workspace, but lots of the details like the context, etc., must come from the host. So like if you do this, some of the things are still gonna come from the host, but you see, for example, you see stuff from the target workspace that you don't see in this case. But this gives you the full run capability. You can do everything. Whereas here you're pretty restricted and you're gonna get errors if you do anything fancy. But if you say run, return, foo, that's kind of fine. Okay. I don't know if you do insert, run, return, foo. You don't need a run host for this because you're not touching anything from the environment. But anything that does any serious interaction in a cross-compiling context needs a run host. Anyway, so we now say set build options, and we don't provide a workspace. The second argument here is workspace. Here you can see it. And also for set build options TC. And if you don't provide anything, then -1 means give me the current workspace. If you explicitly pass a workspace here, let's say you say 2. I mean, 2 is a stupid number, but because you don't know, but whatever. If you pass an explicit workspace ID, the question now is, should we still, if the workspace ID you pass, if that stands for a cross-compiling target workspace, so you have the host workspace, no, okay, so you have your metaprogram workspace, then you have the target workspace, which is now WASM, then you have a host workspace, which in this context is x64 macOS. If you, so let's say this is metaprogram has workspace ID 1, target has 2, and a host has 2. Oh god, I switched it over. Words. Metaprogram has workspace ID 1. The target workspace, which is WASM, has 2, and the host workspace, the shadow workspace, has 3. If you now say add global data and give us the workspace ID 3, shall we still automatically do this in workspace 2, which is the target workspace, because it doesn't make sense to add global data to the shadow workspace, to the target workspace? I think so, but it's weird. Like if you give us like what the flag I just added, here I say if no handle, so if you just pass -1, we're gonna automatically flip over. But if you explicitly say, no, I want this in workspace blah, is it okay to still flip it around? I don't know. And yeah, I think as well. I think if you say 3, it should be 3, exactly. The question is, are there places where this is gonna cause trouble? For example, we removed the default argument from add build file. Okay, so you have to pass something in. If you pass in -1, then you get the behavior of if you do it on the target, if you do it on the host, it's gonna end up in the target. But if you instead say get current, what is it? Is there not a get workspace handle or something? If there is nothing of this kind, then I'm fine. I thought we have a get workspace ID or something. I'm confused. I'm sure we have that because some very old code checks what the current workspace ID is. But I can't find that code. Compiler create workspace? No. I should know this. I thought it's something like get current workspace something something. because, so what am I thinking about here? Is, let me just see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Problem with this is if we don't automatically switch over, so if we only switch over if you pass -1, then suddenly you have a difference between get build options. This one gives you the build options of your current workspace or of the host workspace in your, or of the target workspace if you're in a host. This one behaves the same. This one now suddenly, if you're in a target workspace, you stay in the target workspace. So even though -1 and should mean get current workspace, suddenly it has a slightly different semantics. Yeah, someone is knocking on the door. Yeah, that's stuff happening in the kitchen. It was really loud. The problem is the kitchen is right behind this wall, and the wall is like this thick. So so I don't like that there's now a different semantics between this part and this part. These are the same. This one is different, even though -1. And also, you have no way of getting the target workspace ID explicitly. You can say it's -1 of your current workspace ID if you're, I mean, host. Damn it, I always confuse host and target when I know what I want to say, but the words come out wrong. You have no way of getting the host workspace, no, the target workspace ID. I said it right. You have no way of getting the target workspace ID from the host workspace ID except you know that current workspace -1 if you're in the target, if you're in the host is the target, +1, vice versa. -2 should be special too. No, Mox, stop it. Yeah, if we do the API like this, like we did right now, then -1 is special. Which seems right and wrong, depending on the context, which is not a good sign. If instead we say, no, if you, like whenever you call any function that takes a workspace in the target, in the host, we always give you the target, because I don't think it makes sense. Let me look at this. What takes a workspace? Oh, this is in preload. Of all the compiler, modifier procedure, etc. functions, all the compiler functions, destroy workspace doesn't make any sense to destroy your own. Begin intercept, end intercept, you will not call from the host workspace and want the host workspace. Modify procedure makes no sense from the host workspace. Make procedure live, like all of these are no's. That's what you do in the meta program, not host versus target. Same. These are all things you do from the meta program, not from within your workspace. Here it doesn't matter really if you say host or target, but you probably want the target. What's runtime info? Oh, yeah, sure. Same. I don't think you ever want this stuff from the host workspace. But saying that, I'm sure that as soon as I say that, I'm sure that someone is gonna find a weird use case where they want that. Get build options and set build options. You don't want to change the build options for the host workspace ever. Nope, it makes no sense. Remap import, provide import. Maybe, No, that would, you would need to do that from the meta program, and we should. No, it makes no sense. Sorry, no, it makes no sense from the target workspace. This is something you do in the meta program. That's not something from within the file. Get name is the only thing where we could argue. But I think add global data makes no sense for the host workspace. Add data segment makes no sense from the host workspace. So I think you always want the behavior. I'm gonna go out on the limb and say return host workspace if target. If result is a target workspace, and so we do this, and we say okay. So this is unnecessary. Wait a second. And I think we always want this, so I think the flag is gonna go away as well. But do you want to add a build string? Do you want to add a build string from the host workspace to the host workspace? I could imagine. Christ. Maybe someone wants to do that. It sounds a bit nuts. But I'm sure someone will find a use case for that. Robot transform on it, yeah. I'll think about it. I need a short break. Coffee time. I kind of would say host workspace -2 would be handy. Yeah, I don't know. I think instead I would do something like we could have variants here that say get host workspace, get target workspace, something like this. Instead of giving more magic values, you can explicitly get the thing you want. And -1, if you don't pass anything, -1 always means give me the target workspace. And if you want something special, like -1 always means give me the target. Maybe we don't need this. Like, you just use -1 by default. And if you use get current workspace, so maybe we don't remap -1. Maybe we only remap -1 and leave the others as they are. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. You have more targets, generate more binaries. Yeah, but if you generate for multiple targets, you generate a separate workspace for every target, and every one of them is gonna have a workspace, a shadow workspace that's on the host. Like, if you compile for 3 targets from your meta program, you're gonna have 3 target workspaces and 3 host workspaces that are one for each target. Because you don't want to, like, if you have a run host in one of them, that should not have any side effects to the other workspaces. Like, they're isolated. And if you, yeah, whatever. So that's the basic idea. I'll think about this for a second. I'm going to get a coffee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, final push before lunch. Yeah, I think I'm gonna revert to it meaning only -1 does the auto conversion. But we're gonna do it consistently for all the, which means I don't need to add the argument actually. And we should probably document that. So if we go here, we will have to define this generally. But where do you put this so that people see it? I don't know, I'll have to think about it. Let's just get it working first. Okay, so that means all the calls to find interp can drop the tail true again. Okay. That compiles. Does it make sense? Set build options for 3 from 3. That should not happen. Something went wrong. Setting build options, blah, blah. But here we said we find the workspace. Oh, it's not -1. Oh, I should read. Good God. Yeah, time for a break. Setting build options. Are you kidding me? How bad can you be? Solutions for 3 from 3. R1_S64. Are we passing in 3? We're not. So setting -1 maps to 3 from 3. That's wrong. It is -1. We say... Oh, did I mention that I always mess up target and host? From a host workspace, we'll give you the target workspace. Damn it. This should have been trivial. Yay! Surprise! It finally works. And now we do this. Oh, so we don't normalize. That's interesting to know. We don't normalize output path to contain a slash. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we do lots of flailing today. Traditional for this channel, for the newcomers. So we actually should keep the trailing slash here, because sometimes we might not get one. This is like, we should have a path join function, honestly, that takes care of that. I'm not sure if we have that. Yeah, that looks better. But that means we have some... Why did I not see the... Like, this one should be somewhere, right? Oh! Also, this is a relative path. Which is fine, actually. Let's see what we have lying around. Yeah. Okay, which one do we update? Ta-da, the right one. Finally! What a waste of time. Okay, what do we get? pthread. Are you kidding me? Okay, now we get a not found. So the pthread did not come from the compiler. That's what that means. Hey, last greatness. Yeah, doesn't seem to come from compiler. I'm gonna be extra sure and just kill this freaking web server. I don't trust it. Nope. Oh, and if I had read, we see the stack trace here. See, write string init synchronization calls pthread mute, etc. Like, we see it here. It's easy to see where it's coming from. We get proper stack traces here. Okay, interesting. Let's see. So this is in init sync blah. OS Windows, if OS, and Unix. Did we put WASM into the Unix? I didn't, did I? No, I did not. Did we not change the operating system? We did, didn't we? OS target is WASM. So for some reason, the print write build red string blah thinks that this is true. Oh, that's not a good idea in its synchronization. right? Yeah, that's not a good idea from there. Where's this coming from, by the way? Preload. Oh, that changed, right? I looked at this code for quite a while yesterday. I didn't realize that this is a generic one-time init function. I thought this was specific to... This must have changed at some point. Okay, anyway, so I can definitely not write from here. I mean, okay, what could be the case is that... No, actually, it can't be the case. How do I debug this? Not intrinsics. There's something silly happening. So 3 is running on 6, 2 is running on 11. That sounds reasonable. And I didn't expect anything else. Why are we seeing the wrong thing in our WASM? Let's get rid of all the spam, the loading spam. Maybe let's not get rid of it right now. Maybe it's just time to take a break and look at this with fresh eyes after lunch. But I'm banging my head against this. It doesn't seem that hard. why do we see pthread in it? Oh, I have one more idea. No. Don't we have any of the declarations lying around, right? No, but it's more, we're trying to actually call this. It's not just declarations. So that's not the problem. I'm bringing out the heavy guns. What? Oh, not AST, it's... oh, wrong one. Sorry. Here it is. JIT. So, workspace 2. I'm interested in runtime support. And let's go to 395. Yeah, 36359. God, I'm... so we have all of that. And where's this one? 377. 377. Mutex init. We have the identifier. This shouldn't go through type checking. It didn't go through type checking. Do you see? It's created. That means it was parsed, but in workspace 2, it doesn't do anything. In workspace 3, it also doesn't do anything. Am I doing workspace 1? What? Oh, I guess it... let's take the procedure header. Okay, in workspace 1, what happens to the procedure header? It's created, it gets queued, it sleeps, blah, 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 blah. Workspace 2, what happens to the procedure header? It goes hot. It gets inferred. Why? You're not supposed to. What happens to the if? 370. In workspace 2, we have a directive static if. Gets parsed, goes live, infer its type to be Boolean, I guess. Oh, interpret to be void. Okay. Oh, the expression is more interesting, which would be the binary operator. So we substitute, infer its type to be operating system tag. Okay. Interestingly, we do this twice. Yeah, which literal? That would be interesting. Let's see what's happening here. So let's go here and say maybe const expression binary operator. If interp space handle is 2 and op L0 is, it's gonna overfit, not overfit, it's gonna give us a few false positives, but whatever. We said 370. Oh, 370 is not that bad. Okay, I hope we can figure this out before, yeah, okay, before lunch is ready. No, lunch is ready. Anyways, we'll try. So we try to infer the binary expression. It is the right one. We don't have a substitution. It's not pointer math. So we see if we can do this one. I don't know what this one does. I'd love to step through this, but C++ doesn't let me. We can just afterwards see if we're literal true or literal false. But what I do want, but it's not bool. Do math const expression. Oof. Yeah, it would be awesome if we could actually debug this. We do set integer 64. Well, we're gonna go here. If that happens, it should happen. Yep. Okay, what do we get? Do we get any useful debug information? Oh, we're no longer where I wanted to be. Okay, never mind. Let's restart. But we give it values as 64. Okay. We get the inferred type. Good. Variant root. We copied it. So the literal we're copying. Let me check. It's a number? What? It's 1. Why are we copying 1? Which, yeah, I wish I could see the stack trace of this macro, like, or the line number or anything. So my feeling is we're evaluating this one to true for some reason. But that's not exactly easy to do with. So here we have an asked literal. Its substitution is null. Okay, that's not good. That's OS, right? Yeah, OS is left. And the right is a literal. This one is nothing because it's OS. We don't have any information about it. But I should see its type. It's substitution, no? It has an inferred type, which is an enum, yes. But its value is not known. Oh, maybe, yeah, it is. Give me a second, I'll cast this down. So my feeling is we're evaluating this to true even though it shouldn't be, and I need to figure out why. The OS enum is enum, but not enum flags. No, this shouldn't be the problem. Would be my first guess. It's an enum, but it's still gonna be a U32, and we're ending with. Oh God, I'm stupid. Of course, that's the problem. The problem is not that this is not an enum flags. The problem is that I can't just OR these together without making a mess. And I should have seen, of course. Like, I'm ORing together stuff here, and these are not flag types. Like, I shouldn't have done this. And this took too long. Yeah, it's time for a break. I'm tired, and I should have taken more breaks. I didn't sleep well for the past 2 days. Man, what a waste of time. Yeah. What shall I say? Damn it. Oh, yeah, and now this needs to match this. And then we need to adjust. So 4, 8, 1. Two. I should have done this with a macro, if you ask me. OX 004. OX 008. OX 010. OX 020. OX 040. Okay. Now we only support 32 operating systems. Yes, that's correct. Operating system types. Like, we can make this a U64. You think I'm doing something not great here? Maybe. Maybe that's not a good idea. You know what? It's lunchtime. I'll think about it. But I want to have this capability. That's the problem. If these are not flags, this is not going to be fun. Of course, we could arrange it so that the Unix come in a bundle and we could check for Unix first and Unix last or something stupid. I don't know. But I don't want to have this everywhere where we check. Fingers. Stop it. \Unix. Like, do we really want to have if OS is? Do we really want to have if OS is macOS or OS is Linux or OS is? Do we want to have this all over all the modules? Like, it sucks. Yeah, we can't have macros in imperative scopes. That's in declarative scopes, like in global scopes, etc. Like, here, it would be fine. Here it isn't. Here. So now I have to decide between a couple of awful choices. One is we limit how many operating system types we can support by just like basically to 64. Which is meh. I mean, we're far away, but also we don't support very much right now. That's option number one. Option number two is to have something ugly like Unix first. And then this would be, I don't know, you know what I mean? Rearrange them and then have first and last and just have two checks. So that you then do if OS greater equals Unix first and OS less equals Unix last. Also ugly, right? So, I don't know. I guess it's time for a break. You can have an is Unix global and yeah, but then we have a run that's happening for everything all the time. Runs are relatively slow. For constant expression, that's kind of yeah, I don't know. It's all ugly. Have space for additional ones? No, we don't make any claims that the operating system tag is gonna be constant over multiple compiles. So, like, that's, you can just make room when you need it by just moving things around. You don't need extra space for FreeBSD, but still, I'll think about it. I'm gonna have lunch and I'll be back afterwards. So, see ya.